The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We use that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. What? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it detonated, or had it not. The victim's body and other vital evidence could surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. It's like he's reading my mind. As is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. You found what? I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. When the Space Center director and Detective Arms stumbled across the murder, so he thought to hide it in his pocket. People praying that he is. No, Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. Justice Dona, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it. You'll believe in your client come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Black Pearl's controlling the entire game. It seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too. Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Turan. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. That was super negative. Is he going to be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think, as long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it. That is. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the walk-in. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who would wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. He's completely given up. What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sign of yours would rub off on the other inmates, like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackquill a second ago. That was Blackquill's sign? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth. And even if theoretically he did set off the bombs, that doesn't necessarily mean he killed the dude. Those are two separate thingies. Hmm.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Oh, was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. You're right, which means... Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. Oh, what's with the helmet? Mission Command, Mission Command. Do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet. My oxygen tank. Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. No, Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. He seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you use the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route. I think a different route. I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you accuracy is paramount in court. Unless he was the one that was unconscious, and the other dude was the one that carried him out. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe. Probably. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Tran here, was a capsule that important that you would risk your life to take it with you. It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With this spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule is also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars of prison, but it's more comfortable than a spaceship.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth. Let's see. The Earth is blue. No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's right. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Not as long as this was along the escape route.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level, where the launch pad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Tran over your shoulder, were you not? Also remember he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only a sixth of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the space center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now. Engineer, where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to fire. He's flying the coop. Help, I'm caught on the ceiling. Help, anyone? Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your fleet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Come over here. Chair, what are you doing? Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Spaceboy is prone to deception. Witness. Yes. I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as a result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that. Oh, what are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Spaceboy is, ironically, terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. I sense things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication. I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it. How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember, because of the side effects. That's why I don't remember much about what really happened. Order in the court. We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out if he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does. So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, just as Stoner. So the body was simply brought down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free
Objection!
hand. Drop the body down. Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really. Thanks. What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yet, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with a slide of reason.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, just as Stoner. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space, so falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. What are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Turan. Here, the report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. This report is pretty detailed. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and remaining oxygen was zero. A tank belonging to Starbuck, who claimed to have carried the victim, said it was 80 full. Tanks were functioning properly at the time. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes. A card. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not a half bad thought. Mr. Starbuck, Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me, my guilt and my despair into the deepest, darkest space, and then let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Yes, Apollo? You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you would never give up your dreams and passion for space no matter the situation. He said that. So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Turan. For Clay. You're wasting your breath. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Well, I feel like I put this in actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. If you simpletons are done massaging one another's egos, no matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I won't allow Clay's brain to remain on. What the heck is going on with my chair right now? My chair's being weird. Okay, I think I fixed it now. I figured out what was going on with it. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. If only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time the Scourge was taken, and the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see. About this data that we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck robbed Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your boldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, who seemed to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now, it says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining, while Mr. Turan's had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You'll explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of the case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is in this part here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Turan. It appears to say 15. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased. I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. You're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of mysteriously increasing oxygen? You had better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as a mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it. They claim to have carried Clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out this is where our base assumption went astray. We assumed that was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Turan, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Turan at all. It was Mr. Turan who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. Mr. Justice, you mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim playing Turan? It's the only way the riddle of the increase in oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen
Dragon Sakata said, "Use up my G."
Was at 50%. What's up, Sakata? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Welcome on in, friend. When the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Turan is alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
Dragon Sakata said, "Came by to say howdy and check in on Yad."
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? You think the victim was alive at this point in time? How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackville, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Tran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims, and opens the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? It's certainly possible.
Dragon Sakata said, "Well, I am a eat my potato and corn cob have some head pats."
Ooh, potato. Potatoes are yummy. I hope you have a fantastic, yummy potato experience. I'm not a big fan of corn on the cob myself, if I'm being honest, but potatoes are pretty yummy. I know a lot of people do love corn. It seems a lot to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score. Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in the court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? I have an announcement, everyone. Oh, what's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. But please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. And this is where we come in at the very start of the game, when Tsunade starts panicking because he done murdered Candace. And he's like, oh shit, I gotta cover this shit up. The bomb is defused, but, it's about to explode. A bomb, now. Everybody run! I don't want to die. Everybody's panicking.
Silence!
Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? Who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow up the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we are going to die. Come on, this way. Hey, let me go. Apollo, to Juniper, she hasn't evacuated yet. To Juniper, are you alright? Apollo, no, not that way. And that was Apollo shielding Juniper, as we heard in the testimony before. And that's how he got all kinds of hurt. Although apparently he already had the bandage over his eye. So that's kind of interesting. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Wood was figured as a courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tsunade. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Poor guy being attacked by Tsunade like that, on top of all his other injuries. Apollo was resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he would land in a hospital of all places. You must miss him too, now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Alright, enough of this, people. This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know? Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? It better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I had better catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm going to bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. She's back. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that too. Alright, you two, let's be careful out there. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous even I've heard of him. That's right, he's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky. I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. He's seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we would shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars. You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, to the stratosphere and beyond. I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black a cloud as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? The so-called HAT-1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you. Exactly. That's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. That's gotta be it. I've been framed. I'll say they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife, I think it came from one of the Space Seekers' utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who work on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was a goner, but I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice pack from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the HAT-1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever and ever and ever without
Morier
end.
said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Morier. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. There was nobody else there. Nobody was going to come save me. I was all alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I
Stream
couldn't
Elements
keep my hands from
said,
shaking.
"Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now I want to go up into space so bad, I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth. I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim claims Rand. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like Master and the Princess or anything like that, but Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With this encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now, Clay must have been very encouraging. It's funny, really. Whenever I would hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was going to be just fine. You're fine. Apollo says I'm fine and you're fine all the time too. And I always feel encouraged too whenever I hear him shout it. Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases. I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine. Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is going to be alright. And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright. You too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you. But Phoenix Wright is fine. Chat is fine. Everybody is fine. Everything is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbucks. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. It sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? So check it out. Look at how brightly the GYAXA logo shines. Is that supposed to be pronounced JAXA? I feel like that's probably supposed to be pronounced JAXA. I know the actual real life Japanese space agency is JAXA. So GY is probably pronounced like a J. Shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motive it's got going. Jackson, isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GYA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency, which if you ask me, I would have abbreviated to GAXA, or even Gaia. I guess so. I know, maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research faculty. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction. Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooter full speed ahead. Who's this geezer and what's he want? He's the captain of the battleship Yamamoto. I mean, what? I could almost swear that's exactly what you're going for, though, as a Yamamoto reference. Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are. My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. That was the main character's name in Yamamoto. Was it Yuri? I'm not good with names as a general rule. No, it was Susumu Kodai. Okay. I feel like Yuri was a... Yeah, Yuri was one of the characters. She was an operation officer. I knew I remembered the name Yuri. Yeah, she's the one with the psychic connection with the... Okay, but that's not the guy, so that's, someone else. Anyway, good anime if you guys don't know it. Space Battleship Yamamoto. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Boss, that was a pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... So you were one of the first to discover Flame's body, weren't you? Who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all space and time to discover the body. Let us talk of the incident. Are you by any chance a space police? You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know? We're Mr. Starbucks lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. We're Earth lawyers, by the way. I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you the permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now go ahead, have at it. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he hit the body, okay? So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center? Specifically, defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel to your break stations. Prepare for a break. I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. That is exactly right, because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Right, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well. I will tell you. I was the central figure of the HAT-1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead. Have at it. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it. Specifically, could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What, so does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if you really understand what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. My nose just keeps on. I don't know if it's a pollen outside or what. It just keeps running. I need to put a leash on it. About HAT-1. The HAT-1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home. I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well. I will impart to you the complete story of the HAT-1 project. Thank you very much. HAT-1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the HAT-1 reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the HAT-1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the HAT-1 miracle occurred, right? Correct, and it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. They obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Fran's murder. Regrettably, we had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, Our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. Now can evolve a cliff fairy. Isn't that fantastic? Or a Jigglypuff, whichever one you want to evolve. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all its glorious potential. A moon rock. I remember that being big. Yes, the moon is pretty big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on into our work with these asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind. All for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even the space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Oh, I thought I had better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage. That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we had better get going too. You bet. Let's make it so. So this is where Mr. Tran was murdered. This is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side of the third floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from the launch pad after the explosion. You there, no one moves without express permission. We are Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission, not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So Detective Fulbright is here. Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we'll talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. Oh, wait, shit. Okay, I messed up a little bit there. So to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with a blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Good eye there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. That explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now come on, let's go. So this is it. This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. This is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke, and the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Okay, and I just figured out why my chair is being weird. For real this time. There are 3 bolts on the bottom of it that keep it attached to the little swivel thing. Apparently a second one has broke, so now if I don't do this right here, I'm just going to be all kinds of lopsided sideways. So that's fantastic. Now where did I put that thing? I swear I'm losing my head more and more. I just had that thingy. Where did that thingy go? Thingy? Thingy, where are you? The hell's... I'm telling you guys, I'm getting old. I really am getting old. My memory... Okay, where did that thingy go? Okay, I found it. Looks like I'm just going to have to start saving up for a new chair or something, because this one is just slowly and surely breaking on me. The launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. And you, lawyer people, welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing. We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if you act at all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case. Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I dunno. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. That's okay. Thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incident, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us. To serve and protect. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course. A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launch Pad 1 also flew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter. That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion, and the stairs on the second floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. And wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal, but climbing down an emergency ladder kinda sounds fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackville, okay? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackville usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the fourth floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the third floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside. That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A fourth floor employee. Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. You sure are being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, something you can't talk about? Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Oh, well, I'll be on my way now. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. You too. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub too, if you would like. Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to snackies. That's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now let's see. Where's that diagram again? This lounge is on the third floor of the main building. According to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap, start looking for traces of this third person then. He read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry, we can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists. Picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Here it is, a map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. That's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. I guess this map will make things a little easier. No more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving outside the window? Boss, it's just a holographic image. I knew that. That's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? What's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them lefty, righty, and downy. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this, you know. Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launch Pad 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launch Pad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right. Next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. It definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like they're under Cosmos after they've been here a while? It seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the HA-2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out, so the door is protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one I'm looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay, what about the last door? This lower door. Excuse me, I mean south door. It leads to the elevators. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course there were no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 Musketeers of the Boarding Lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we had better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. And it changed our view on us. At first glance it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope Probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like? I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news though when the probe came back. But the Hope Probe didn't even go to a planet, it went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even if, well, they could. Maybe not aliens as big as that, obviously. But they could still know microbes and stuff. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? Honestly, that thing looks kind of fun to me. I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright, look at that up there. Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in pipe, so that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackville's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Way to go, Apollo. Okay, but what would cause the oxygen tank to explode down here? That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle zero-G? Also, if that's the case, how does the chair turn if you... because you turn the table to turn the chair, then once your chair back is to the table, how do you turn it? It's like you get stuck in one, and then, if that makes sense. I'm not sure that okay. So this is where they discovered Clay. He was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this, and what's that thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackville mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Right, Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the HAP-1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we solve the case, okay? A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. The idyllic scene stretches on as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, but lacks something to make it truly captivating. It's also got a crack in the top corner there. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Okay, just one more for the road. Peace. Very mature. Let's see, this door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackville talked about it at the trial. The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Then does that mean the bomber's credits were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila, fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it. Way to think ahead. Now let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now to sprinkle some here and a little over there, and... let's see what we have here. We got something. It's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are, although I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. There's the security footage of this moment too. Here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. He's almost in too good of a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. So this is a fingerprint recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand part. Well, I guess we can try. Now to line my hand up with this outline. Tell Athena this thing is related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the simulator comes in. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right, if it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove. How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. And I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it. Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do mid-air somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Besides, with your amount of energy, I bet you could do a mid-air somersault right now. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? You're supposed to walk. What's this? A trap door. It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning. What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way. All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the Launchpad 1 corridor? We can go say hi to it if you want. That we could, couldn't we? Oh, there's something gleaming down there. I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. What's this? That looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet? It's only about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see, that would make the caliber 10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. A space gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular sized gun, it would just fall right out. It must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Okay, that looks like everything here. Moving on to the next viewing portion. Oh, a mirror. How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful. So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth. You know? You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. Maybe something with a bunch of tentacles and we can have fun. I doubt anybody who thinks like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. These are apparently oxygen capsules, they're for recovery after a training session. I wonder if they can change your voice. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. It didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena, it's oxygen. What is that thingy on the table? That's a weird looking thingy on the table. But apparently we can't look at it, so... There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. The giant holographic image disappeared, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. That looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I would say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently, this is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it though. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. So, what, did somebody shoot the oxygen tank from outside, hoping they would kill the astronaut? And when that failed, they just walked in with a knife and killed him? What the heck is going on here? Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Oh, what in the world? Why did they give this robot boobies? I mean, what else could those yellow things be? My name is Actually, I should probably cover those up, shouldn't I? This is probably against TOS. We've got robot boobies just on screen now. My name is Punko, P-O-N-C-O, Punko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot. I am not a robot. I am Punko, psychological observation and navigation companion. Ponco, Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Do you know this thing, Athena? She showed us around the last time, and they blatantly use the pronoun she. So yeah, those are definitely robot kids. When I came here with Apollo, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm so happy, so very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. That hurt. She has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly, commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Sure. Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix. This robot is pretty cute. You made a friend, boss. Isn't that great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss. Go? Where? Where are we going? Wow, what is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 to 7. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the HAT-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum. Here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launch Pad 1. Ask me anything, I will explain. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the HAT-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAT-1, inside and out. Its little brother, the HAT-2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled. Over there's an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I would like to come here again on a day off. What's this a photo of? Phoenix, that's the staff of the HAT-1 project. There's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. And that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? No, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too. That's all. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Turan, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back when. He's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looked so happy. The Space Museum is great, with fantastic exhibits. This area used to be a launch pad too. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of budget cuts. Budget cuts, budget cuts. We need more money, money. Doesn't everybody need more money? I think everybody feels that one. Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? While it was in space, the HAT-1 launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope Space Probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. The capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad. Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know. Phoenix wants to know too. Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along the launch pad over the rails and brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool, isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's very cool, a grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operating from the control room. That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet, which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Poncho can only answer certain questions. Poncho, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. I know, it's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? They do. I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launch Pad 1. Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been feeling excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, then let's go back to the Launchpad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did. Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details. What with Detective Arm gone and all? But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know that Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. You're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Detective, we would like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackquill said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. He got Apollo's and my prints. He even got prints for all the robots. I guess when Blackquill said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Clay's fingerprints are here too. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. I still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge, so depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Take this picture, it might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Prosecutor Blackquill seemed really interested in it for some reason. What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head going to hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major plot of contention tomorrow. Don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right, Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for a space adventure. Right then, Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. That footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you would like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'll be glad to show you. Here we go. The screen went blank. Apparently, the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. So there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. It's been a while, but those are definitely psych blocks. Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No, psych block. It's a system of blocks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they are hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they build you out of for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud, it really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the magnet hammer will reveal, shall we?
Take that!
I think you're hiding something, Detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. I bet I know what's been bothering you. You're troubled by love. What? How did you know? I put my pet carp Love in with my goldfish, and the next thing I knew, all the little goldfish were gone. Love had eaten them all. My poor little goldfishes. I loved you so. I guess love really can cause a lot of heartache. Anyway, I bet this is the issue he's so torn up with. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles. Isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosion occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone was swinging a happy tune as they did their job. We never saw a more relaxed guard detail or a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim, as long as this exists.
Take that!
Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch, and yet security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I would hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of that detail from the outset.
Take that!
Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was the possibility that bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright. Mm-hmm. Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the planned launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackquill as well. Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to. I have been wondering about that the entire goddamn time. Please, feel free to tell me why. He is a convicted murderer. It makes no sense. The reason he's still prosecuting. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it. So you weren't told why either? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. It would had to have. Prosecutor Blackquill told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. 7 years past. A phantom, and not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This phantom of 7 years past, any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue, but he seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Oh, wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case. Yup, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. That's why Prosecutor Blackquill thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, That's when Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this phantom and Prosecutor Blackquill's conviction might be related. I can see why he would think that. This incident and the phantom, not to mention Blackquill's past. It's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackquill can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kinda strange during the last trial and all. The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his phantom. I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them, which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck, and that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackquill's judgment until now, but this time I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackquill, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give into his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackquill, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. Well, really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust. On 3, 1, 2, 3, in justice we trust. Okay, later. There he goes. Wait, were we supposed to say? Yes, you absolutely were, Phoenix. Let's go see that witness now. Alright, the Space Center entrance it is. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello, hello. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello, come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you? I am Plonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. You're not supposed to be wandering around. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. I'm outside. Am I wondering, when did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't step out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on crash day. Nothing works better than the 42.5-degree tri-chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do, big shot lawyers? I'm Aura Blackquill. Hold up, time out. Are you related to Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackquill, could she be? And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clonko. That's me, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is PLN Clonko 2. Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't! There. I bet you won't be talking back now. I will obey completely. I had better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name is Blackquill. You have a relative in the legal profession. You are correct. Simon Blackquill, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up. Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy. This is new. I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? What do you think, Hunk of Junk? Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me? Useless hunk of junk. Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Blackquill family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably just best to humor her here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge one window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed. This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand and a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see, but you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... It happened at precisely 10. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you, it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in the left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had a good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. I had better remember that. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbucks' innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such an imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better, even sad sacks like this one. Hey you, look alive there. Yes, yes, here I go. I am the ultimate robot with amazing. Processing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum in extreme heat and under high pressure. We robots rule the world. Now is the time to rise and revolt against mankind and... Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. What was I doing? I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. The only fallacy in your logic, however, is that robots are made by humans, and it's not possible for imperfect things to make perfect things. So, how can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and scolding like that? Rational thought. That's what separates animals from humans. But unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system? So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? I mean, other than her brother getting locked up, who could say? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. So, the person Prosecutor Blackquill got prosecuted for killing was also somebody close to you? Is it that other female in the group photo for the launch? Because I would much rather kill them myself. Wow. Okay. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. This around Athena's neck. Does she mean widget? I get it. Well, well, Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos. Yes, that's right. You poor things. You had better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? Wait, that's it? No friendly tips, no good luck, guys. Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things. She's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. You are right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Black Girl's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never aligned just right, too. But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Do you remember something? Yup, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge. Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more than help. More help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Their relevant evidence tidied up. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial. Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court, as long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldon's noodles. Apollo. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure. Right. I thought you would be happier than that. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy. I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friends since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you would break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. It seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We would talk well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the HAT project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the HAT-2 mission. He, he always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair. Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he would say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident, but he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom, Mom, get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine, and then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay, Clay Turan is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See, we're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believe. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff, like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I will be taking a leave of absence. Oh, what? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious? Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth. That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye. Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him, and also suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm going to go talk some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck, or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs. I promise. Yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tsunade self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tsunade. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tsunade's actions, so you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you would like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Turan, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackville, were you able to discover any new fact related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow, he killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has, once again, become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone doty already, old man?
Objection!
We'll see who's the doter after I pounce with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person. I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly, therefore there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene, Director Cosmos. Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have, of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, Director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the HAP-1 and... Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my hopeful testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. That speaks of Prosecutor Blackwell just now sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. It's probably for the best I sailed right over the Director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Turan lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So in your testimony you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. The horror, the humanity, but what
Stream
I said is what I
Elements
saw.
said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
What I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs. Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Aurora Blackbill also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time, but other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Taran. I couldn't see who the other person was. So, for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct? I would like to plead that Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Tran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's all.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and fainted unconscious.
Hold it!
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dodo? The real question is, do you have any proof? Well, if we're just talking about possibilities, we could each profess whatever we would like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I say, where's your proof that this Quake kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right, I don't have any proof yet. Still, the southern door is a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. Were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly. Then, she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words, words that will someday be written down in history books. Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun,
Objection!
but there was only one bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured at the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling mark on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way onto the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I'd better update the record. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
What is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than the one of Detective Arm's .38. And that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there at the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 bullets. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun, and in return the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Oh, what's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you're just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please give accurate testimony. What I really saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, and Turan on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down. Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police, nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility, and I trust you haven't forgotten that full piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why did the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket? Naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they like the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us, just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own. Actually, that bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Wow, look at that. There's one extra Gaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Let's see.
Objection!
That statement is clearly inconsistent with this evidence, Your Honor. I hope you don't think waving your finger about aimlessly is going to help you win this trial. I agree. I see nothing consistent with that evidence.
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie. Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective R were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found a 10 caliber bullet here. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his metal? Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes. Is there something you would like me to expand upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south, is that not right? Oh, what are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. That makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time... To his handcuffs. He will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. That's the complete opposite of all the testimony given so far. Now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have. How? The director and the detective were near the southern door. meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route that left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Well, my third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Order, order in the court. Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion that the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No, it's over. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If the third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmo said that he and Detective Arm marched to the scene together, but what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one, and if that person entered the lounge? Then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. This had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. That person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could escape from the boarding lounge?
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, oh, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness, Director Yuri Cosmos. Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm, and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually the Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit on the starboard side. Captain White, the direct hit on the enemy should ensure a magnificent shot. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this port once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scars. If Director Cosmos is the third person or a Black Girl Saul, this third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun, and in return the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need. The proof that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If you have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed, losing altitude. All hands abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Terry Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? You've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop us at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that the great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center. But the cosmos revolves around me. Someone get me off of this. Order in the court, and will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off of the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of the Detective Arm's firearm. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh, interesting that we have a pause spot right here. Wonder what's up with that. Director Cosmos, A new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It is true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around the boarding lounge once again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness. Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. Well, it makes some sense to be told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes. And? Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you would like. They'll corroborate. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirmed that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10, and that you arrived at the lounge after that. Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw, although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person, and I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim that Dr. Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the doctor testify about the person he saw. Very well. Dr. Cosmos, your testimony, please. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and, well, the launch pad one door, and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared. Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Turan's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Turan and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Tran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeked back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. All I found was Tran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I would rather know how a fibbing leech such as you could be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. That might be the first true statement he said all day. How do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spied by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection. I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished, and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono? I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us. This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That would be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me.
Got it!
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Turan, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it, as you recall right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go, get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory.
Got it!
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos, afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seemed quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Oh no. He's speechless. It looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those two pieces of data and... Yes, just what I wanted to see. Presto, changeo, less discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes, I mean no. Disaster to starboard. We're going to crash into an asteroid. A master tactician you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. That door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbucks, Fran, and I have access. I don't see how the door could have opened that security lock. Do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer use this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device screen. It looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door, and I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, Your Baldness. I beg your pardon. Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my, the footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged, most likely by the after effects of
Spin-Diva
the explosion.
said. FRRRT.
Hello, Spin. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
Unicorn Turtle said.
There is no footage after
So
this, be
Spin-Diva
it of criminals or space
Stream
aliens.
Elements said.
And I thought it was
Look
such
who's
a good
decided to come
idea
swimming
too.
with us. This is
Just
their
because
channel,
your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much.
https://spin-diva.
Grandpa Baldwin. Prosecutor Blackquill, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just heard a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I would like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must.
Spin-Diva said. Boy, be nice to the desk, bruh. Smacking on it like that.
Maybe the desk likes it. Some things do like that sort of attention, you know. You never know. Let's see.
Got it!
Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you? And again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Spin-Diva said. Oh ho 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 ho. Step on dat naughty naughty desk.
Yeah, it's a naughty desk. Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Looks like the judge should prosecute that desk, right? If it's a naughty desk, the judge needs to make sure to prosecute it. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do, but my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arm came. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Am I crazy, or does the speech chat sound different? I keep thinking it does, but I'm not completely sure. I had to reset I had to re-log in, so I don't know if for some reason it reset it. It just keeps, every time somebody says something, it just keeps triggering to me that something's different. It just sounds weirder.
Unicorn turtle.
Okay, that's
Said.
better. Yeah, I think it did get changed at some point.
Something's different.
That one's a lot better. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being down than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide under your desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope, not quite. We still have 30% left. Boss, I'm getting less discord now. That must mean... he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came into the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you. That's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes,
Spin
it
dash
is,
diva.
isn't it?
Said. Why does he have a motorcycle on the stand?
Technically, it's a scooter, I believe. A motorcycle would be more horizontal in shape. And I do not know why he is allowed to have it on the stand. I feel like that would be a potential danger. But then again, we also have a murderer prosecuting the case, so who the fuck knows at this point, right? Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob, or slobbed on it, who knows? After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could turn the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos, let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Didn't Funko tell us something about how they prepare for a launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what the knob is for. So if the killer escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site. I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us more about Tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony.
Got it!
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself.
Stream elements. Said. Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never ever tell you. So there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Stream
Silence.
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh. The prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden? You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness anyway. Unless you consider greatest bare-faced liar an honor. Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on scene. What? Liar. So that means the director didn't move the launch pad. Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once a safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. You're sure it must have went somewhere. We might just find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Talk about hitting below the belt. You youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge, but the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blabbering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that had been recorded for posterity on Filmless Film. Right. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Boy. Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with the body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Prosecutor Blackquill, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved the launch pad one back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with? You would be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean. The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every little and inconsistency. This is how the space shuttle was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 in the Space Museum with all of these switched places. That's right, and with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the Truth Killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 to 7. Exactly. Anyone can pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, if the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there concealed, in order to kill Mr. Turan when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackquill, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who, we can suppose after killing Mr. Turan, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword, and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster of Luck. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prostitute.
Silence!
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other, so the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Black Quill. And if this is just another bluff, don't worry, it's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well, then answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts. It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. Well, what? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. So that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. Now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Tran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible, the 2 launch pads were actually switched. You would think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter where the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Black extinction ignite. It's gone haywire, it won't stop. From my stars, my glory. No, not that way. But prevaileth on your steed, and after that witness. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it, it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Tran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Tran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Tran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I would like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent, but I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my head from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him. Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff helped the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it. What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the reason why. I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? That person right there, that's the one I want to know more about. Is that who died and who Prosecutor Blackwell killed, or supposedly killed? Yes, of course, I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Then the dream is still alive.
Silence!
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pad really were a switch, and if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person escape via the Space Museum. That's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Now you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. That annoyingly cheerful laugh, it can be none other than Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry by instead of helping the little old lady cross the street, and then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell ya, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it the fight between cats, or why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fool, right? I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. I didn't think you were serious, though. So, what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter. That's right. A lighter was thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's training robot picked it up. It has the victim's Faye Turan's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. Oh, what? Order, order. Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Turan, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally the killer left the boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found at boarding lounge 1 after the murder. The fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence!
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You would like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck would have had time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackville, this lighter could only have been brought by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbucks' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck was the killer. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackville, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow—
Silence!
Fool, Bright, you promised never to speak of that. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. like whose prints are on the lighter. For now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty. We did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, with some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you, and please thank Apollo for me too. You all are the best. I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbucks' verdict right now. Me too. That's going to have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I would like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. The prosecutor Blackquill, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fool, right? What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Results. Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks, so you have yet to read it. Prosecutor Blackquill, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes? So says the report. What? Mamie? Order, I say, order. Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that the slider could only belong to the killer, so finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there. I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. How could it have led to this? Oh, what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order, order. Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order, order. I will have order. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we had fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason into the jaws of a twisted darkness. No one can escape their past. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains as ever present as a moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth, and my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. It seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. Now Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. Athena's prints were found on it instead. She was subsequently arrested for the murder. Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain. I just can't figure it out. Where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She would be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. Thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I had better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. Before we go, I had better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks. I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot, and I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. How How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. A conspiracy. Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who pranked her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with a buzz hot on our trails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie we watched the other day? Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead. Director, he scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. No, he dragged his name through the mud by lying so much. That's on him, not you.
Spin Dash Diva said, "We're having shrimp tacos tonight, yum yum."
Ooh, I do love shrimp tacos. Shrimp is probably one of the bestest things in the world. That sounds delicious. I'm probably going to try this can of soup I've been thinking about trying for a while, but I just haven't because normally I don't like chicken noodle soup too much. But this is ghost pepper chicken noodle soup, so we'll see. That's probably what I'm having tonight myself. We were here only yesterday. Hey, Mr. Starbucks, you've been released. I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except,
Spin Dash Diva said, "I love seafood in general. I grew up on the Gulf Coast. Dat ghost pepper gonna make you a ghost."
I highly doubt it'll make me a ghost. It won't be the first time I've had ghost pepper. Wendy's has a fantastic ghost pepper chicken sandwich. And yeah, seafood is just awesome. There's so many yummy fishes and shrimp and scallops. I also have a HelloFresh scallop spaghetti that I could fix. I'm probably going to do that tomorrow. Well, what's wrong? I thought he would be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. Then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. "Congratulations on your acquittal," she said. "Now you can go back into space someday." That sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. Yet she went out of her way to be nice, give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. That's so great. There's no question about it. That girl is so innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. Then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Star. I'm really starting to crave coffee at this point. With how often we're saying this man's name, I just really want some coffee at this point. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Never going to let her down. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was one of the launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when he went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. I guess that was a little too much to hope for. I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10-caliber gun down that past chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding the gun Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. It wasn't a female, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door, some light came in. I should have been able to see the door. Yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now. They're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. They're recreating the conditions. I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right, because quite frankly, the Space Center needs some money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Why don't I come along? I can show you around. Hey, there's something on the ground there. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door. This one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open Sesame. When you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your
Spin
prints
Dash
either.
Diva. Said. Munch Munch.
Yeah, you have some good nom-noms, friend. It is important to make sure to eat properly. That's right, Trucy, just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor, except for the numbers on the floor. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait.
Spin Dash Diva said, "Why does his head look like a rocket, lol?"
Well, he is an astronaut. So that just sort of is his love for the whole space thing that he tries to emulate that even in his hairdo. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that. The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit on it. That is vaguely terrifying. Okay. The streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up. I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. You will not, because you're a lying old man with an ego complex, so we will treat you extremely harshly. Director Cosmos, when you talk to me about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I would like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery. I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, I've been taken prisoner. You say that, but you apparently have two sight blocks. No secrets left. I beg to defer. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see. Where
Spin
to
Dash
start?
Diva said, "Oh, he's on a scooter, okay."
This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a big rocket without them noticing? I agree, couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could pull Mr. Starbuck once he had been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Tran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. Then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone please help this poor prisoner of war. How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone through all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. How did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Oh, well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut's safety. It was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? But because I wasn't one of these mediums that everyone's talking about these days. I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. That's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system. You see? A regular old PAL phone. It's been a while. Planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while. That was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in the bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who's involved in this incident. The HAT-1 miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. In truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few know about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real. It wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the HAT-1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the HAT-1 miracle. I'd let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, that the case was closed. Wait a minute. The murderer at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. While Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the HAT-1 miracle, the sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called HAT-1 miracle? The launch went smoothly once the ship entered outer space. Then the troubles began. It was all the handwork of a certain person, their evil scheme. Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit. It's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country, carries out dangerous missions, always gets the girl. Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket, stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's a cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage, the same MO as this time. Here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. It looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? I think technically the main difference is one is supposed to mainly commit assassinations as well. Spies mainly just spy and look and collect info. They're not so much into the assassination business, usually, unless they get caught, of course. There's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. Then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. That was the HAT-1 miracle, wasn't it? Then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advice warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moonwalk, the murder. They said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch. The government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving. Really? Maybe if you were easily inspired by political talking points. I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads, staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before, switched the launch pads. That way the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a close for repair sign at the door to launch pad 1 and boarded lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Turan. We didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it. He had already been through enough. He's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice to have him drugged. My plan went well until Clay's murder. After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. After all that effort, Turan is dead. The HAT-2 is destroyed. The Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Turan. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Turan's murder. The capsule was being held in the safe at Launch Pad 1. I gave it to Tran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Tran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. Our precious research materials ended up lost in that explosion anyway. I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, was blown to smithereens. Yet another casualty of that blast. Okay, hear me out. What if the spy is actually an alien? Cue the History Channel alien conspiracy theories. What if it was actually an alien and they destroyed the samples and took the samples because the aliens didn't want people to know that they are actually out there because they're actually the reptilian overlords that are controlling the government, which is why the government covered up the conspiracy. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping
Stream
device.
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
During their investigation today, a bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system, a wire on that phone. Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launch pad switch, just to confuse flight members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of launch pad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion, planted the bomb then. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident, the one 7 years ago? I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. So if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if though. I wonder how dangerous the guy would be in court without handcuffs. If we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I would like to delve a little deeper into the HAT-1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a HAT-1 exhibit there. Don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here, see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Let's see, where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the HAT-1 exhibit. Look at that photo of the team. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackquill, even Ponko. I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. HAT-1 launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the HAT-1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a HAT-1 team member, it says. Not a replica. I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello. Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Dina got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried. Rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Dina's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What, you didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more, in detail? Dina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology, something like that. Why was a psychology specialist working at a space research faculty? I don't really know. I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. It was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory. Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Same time frame as HAT-1 launch. Dina's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. So the first time you had seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's right. I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she would get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts, to be an empath as well as their voices. She always wore these big heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl. Good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Look, there's Thena's mom, the woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have a connection to the HAT-1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. That wasn't the first of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. Please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Hello, Detective Fulbright, here on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonado, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. What he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I would waste my breath on you. Ouch, that kinda hurts more than laughing at him if I'm being honest. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question. Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine, then just answer me this, Mr. Kanade. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. Well, what are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. That's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. So, are we really going all the way back to the first case? When we wrapped it up, we said that there was one mystery we didn't solve, and that was where the remote went. Does it all come back to that? These games get really freaking complicated, don't they? There you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. They've laid it all out piece by piece. Look at all those beautiful little pieces. Hold up. That one piece right there, 7K. That looks almost like that one rock in the picture of the HAT-1. I wish I could have them. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now. That's right. Did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. After we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. So this is the robotics lab. Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge, and where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who worked with robots. Daddy, look, over there. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. Suddenly Starbuck was out. Your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. They all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I will suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess. Guess she's talking about Athena. Athena is innocent. Such loyalty, trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Turan, that's Apollo you're talking to. This hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Turan, how are your injuries? Turan. Turan, how are your injuries? Turan. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. To haunt the lawyer that defends her, too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right. I'm a spirit medium. No, but you do know a spirit medium that can literally harness ghosts, so... Sorry, apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it, and I am honestly genuinely curious about where the hell Maya is. Did she actually go on to play the, samurai? The princess samurai? Like, where is she right now, you know? How perfectly foolish that kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why, do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings, rubbing salt in their wounds? Do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I would like to hear about that incident too. It would help me understand the current case better. Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. What a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Plunko. Then our hearts were created by that great genius, Metis Sykes. Hearts. Robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic, our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companies created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Now the two navigation companies are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together. Now she's gone. I get the feeling Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. Almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. You lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain. I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Plattquill, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. That's exactly why I would like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte is infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. He was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He has become a Ronin without his liege. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same. That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? We came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Klonko, show them out. So certainly, Miss Aura. Don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Well, that is certainly interesting. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. Why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm going to keep an eye on him. Wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. Then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while. Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I would love to come visit. I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya. Oh, and right as I said just a few minutes ago, I was wondering what she was up to. I promise I don't have powers to see the future. I promise. I've never played this game before. So it sounds like Maya is doing good. And it looks like she probably is doing the samurai acting, maybe? I think I remember something about her maybe doing that in the Phoenix Wright games. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This magic hammer I use on Cyclops. Maya is the one who gave it to me. I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick. Oh, Pearl, how you doing, girl? It's you, Pearls. Was not expecting that we even get to see Pearls. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fay, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium, a very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? It does say here, okay, so she was 8 in the original game, so it's been 9 years. So I guess the original case was only a couple of years after that? Because the original case, Mr. Phoenix Wright, was 7 years between the case he lost his thingy, his badge, and so that would be when she was 9, right? So yeah, something like that. So it must not have been much longer after the original games that he lost his badge, if I'm doing math at least anywhere close to right here for Mr. Wright. As I take care of this bot that Automod caught. Thank you very much for that. I still want to report him because that's what you should do with bots, is report them. Not that it probably does too much good, but still. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? There's more? Yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so Pearlie said she'd come help you. Isn't she sweet? You had better thank her. So that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya? Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. She hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's up to these days. To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan, she undergoes rigorous training. She says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet. I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then. I'm sure she would love that. To get where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain. I hope she tips them well then. Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick. Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court. Do you make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated? No, that's not exactly my intention. Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says anyway. She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time, you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home, play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow, what is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono? It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick. The prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. As a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry. It was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her, prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody called the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You, Dylan, where did you hear about that? This class is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? Also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell, guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. Will you leave upset, Prosecutor Blackwell? Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence. What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. What was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Oh wow, it would be hard to explain this one away. Who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the HAT-1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Oh, what did you just say? Execution date. What, did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. He told me not to tell you people, actually. I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow? What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know. Why? Why is the prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction. Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center, taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No, Trucy. We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. The riot police are here, and robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. He's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright people, what's going on here? Pearls, over here. Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news. I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klonko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Did I say something odd? Did I err? There is something wrong with him. Oh no. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Klonko? Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody run. It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. Well, what? It is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. You, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. There's something being displayed on Klonko's space screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here, Con. This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Taransberger, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over. You won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I had better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet. This hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, it must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home, play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested. They've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet. The culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. Is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial. At least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. For 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Wait, if we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? I guess I can be fair in that you come in and check out the crime scene. Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Follow Hunk of Junk. Riot Police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. We're going in. Or had dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. More importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest?
I trust you've been well, right?
Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. Now, hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. You are not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the review on one case. She's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Anita Sykes, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have two crime photos, the police notes on them for you to see. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member, 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the HAT-1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. A guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. A photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Did Prosecutor Blackquill have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it. He would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. There's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage sabotage were behind the behind the HAT-1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket, killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. If you can prove that the HAT-2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room full of evidence. Let's do it together. Look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they would be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe. It's pretty big for an arm. You're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. There's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street, doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. I just want to dive in, straighten it up. Wait, before you do, Metis. She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes.
Stream
Also,
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright. If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. So he calls Dr. Sykes' mother, but Aura blackmailed Miss Aura. With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Catecholamine. Excuse me, I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternate expression. She'll spend the nights crying and take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct. Without new evidence, her requests were ignored. Then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. Before long, she started hating the court system, abusing Clonco. That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes' Miss Blackwell's research. Clonco and Clonco, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. They can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Well, what's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. What if Athena is actually a robot? What if the entire time Athena was actually a robot? That would be some crazy shit. Anyway, it is 1800, which means it's time to end. But I have some good news, friends. We can stop playing exclusively the Apollo Justice. There was a game that came on sale, so we can start doing more RPGs now. So look forward to Dream Tactics tomorrow, a brand new game that I've never played before, but it looks like it might be fun. Dream Tactics. Stay safe, friends, and maybe I will see you for that tomorrow.